All right, we're going to launch up to Twitter now. The creator of Algora reached out to me. So yeah, they may have some insights into what I might need to fix setting-wise, which is cool. Right, and music looks like it's frozen over on the YouTube stream. So yeah, we'll get to that. All right, test, test, test. Yeah, microphone looks good. All right. So the part where we left off yesterday. Ooh, and hold on. So OnShape was developed by people that left SolidWorks. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, maybe it has some of the, the simulation stuff. And all right, so the part that we left off on yesterday is we want to see if we can reproduce the results that we're seeing over in JavaScript here in Go. From a previous run, we were able to see that we were able to make our custom version actually line up with what Go does without having to do their weird bit shifting stuff here. So we can make it work simply by adopting different number types into the process. However, it's still not exactly what we're looking for. And I probably lost the Stack Overflow. No, here it is. So this Stack Overflow basically describes the process that JavaScript takes for bitwise operators. Now, I find bitwise operators very confusing. Yeah, that's a ban. And yeah, can we get a mod to report that person as well? That is definitely some spam. So yeah, the main gist is JavaScript takes the number you're operating on, then converts it to a 32-bit signed integer, and then the operation is performed. Then it's converted back to a double, which is basically the float that we're talking about. right? The 64-bit binary double precision number. Golang deals with unsigned instead, and that's the entire problem. Right? Go's version uses int as the type, which defaults to int64 on platforms that support it. And yeah, here's another example of what's going on. So number to 32-bit signed integer, then the bitwise operation on it, and then finally back to the float. So let's see if we can get the Go code to do that. We're going to time box this at about an hour. Because worst case scenario, we just switch back to a similar version of what Growthbook is doing, and maybe we just use Growthbook's function. That's entirely possible. Is it ideal? Maybe not. Right? I'd like to do something my own way. But at some point, we just care more about interoperability between these SDKs. So our goal is not actually to get these numbers or any of these numbers. This is what the Go code would be seeing if we were doing things with our function here. By basically just using ints instead. And here we're trying to get a JS-like version. So this is my custom version, and technically we were able to get these all lined up and accurate if we did some unsigned int stuff here. And at the end of the day, int64 versus float64 isn't going to be a big problem for us. So we can stay with int for now. But it's something about how we're treating the signs that become what we're looking for. Now, if we look at the JavaScript, this is actually the number that we're trying to get out of it if we're doing a faithful FNV1A, right? And we just threw that on there just to see what happened. It didn't help, right? Same exact numbers out of it. Now, Growthbook ends up getting the exact same thing as the Go. They do this by doing some bit shifting that is way beyond me. Like, way beyond me. We could break it down and understand it for a moment of time, but would I understand it further into the future? Probably not. Yeah, exactly. So if we can avoid it by just being consistent, that's our goal. Now here's the first thing we should try. And hold on, am I peaking? Yes, I am. Seems like my audio is still a little all over the place. All right, check, check, check. That seems okay to me. It's still a little quiet when I talk quietly. This is a bad moment to check the volume. I'm gonna need your help. Let me know after the song picks up again if I need to turn the volume up just a little bit. Let me double check one thing work-wise. I still have way too many windows. Yep. Okay. Just making sure no one got back to me about a specific thing. So, back to the Go code. When we think about what it's doing, we want to take the number we're going to shift on. There you go, that guy. What I think I want to do here is maybe func JS bitwise. All right, so how's my speaking volume? Is it pretty good related to the music, or is it still a bit quiet? Should I just increase it by like a decibel or two? And that goes for YouTube as well. Let me know. No, we're not doing Wasm. Here's what our plan for the day is right now. You know, and it's actually what JS does with bitwise operations. But yeah, the gist is JS turns it into a 32-bit signed integer, then does the bitwise operation, and then turns it back into the floating point. We're trying to mimic that in Go. Yeah, it's not ideal. All right, so num here. We're going to start with an int 64, and we're going to return an int 64. In the meantime, we want to do something like this. And we also need to do the, let's just call it operand. Operand is also an int. And we can just say int right here. I like the idea of being more explicit about it. So then from here, we're going to do something like num32 is int 32 num. All right. I don't know if operand 32 is actually something we want to use. And char there is a byte. This is where we do int 64 on that byte. Oh, And I wanted a colon there. All right, so we get the same result with the third thing we're calling, which is JS-like. It's fine, Zach. It's not for my channel. It's for Highlight.io. Yeah, so we want this value out of it. And what's up, Sloth? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know if we'll be able to do this. Because it seems like we're already doing what we wanted. As far as what the JS stuff seems like it's doing. No, this is not me. If you do exclamation point song, you should be able to get a link. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do this. Yeah, so let's just try this real quick. Let's see if AI can do it. Because it's happened before. Ooh, I did want that open still. All right. So yeah, what is everyone's experience with chatbots, right? What is the best one at coding stuff so far? Is that Claude? double check this. All right. Go and JS will not output the same results when using the same operators because JS converts the number to a 32-bit signed integer. Go does so unsigned. Does so with unsigned 64-bit integers. Aha. So that's actually what we ended up needing. Let's try it. That did not change the result whatsoever. All right, so let's try it. Let's see if they're actually giving us the right value or if it is hallucinating. I think it's hallucinating. We'll find out. And do that just to get some space. We could also just comment things out if we need to. Oh, and it's capital OR. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, that's, of course, going to produce 0. So let's just say 4. That'll be on the 8th or 9th. Okay, so that gives us a similar result. What if we were to take this? That produces a similar result. Let's try it on a big number. And voila, we get the wrong thing now. This is not our editor. This is repl.com or replit.com. So this is where we see that it's just not giving us the right result.
Thanks for the support.
Hey, Four Wheel, thank you.
Four Wheel Gator is a fearsome, swamp-dwelling supervillain who commands a mechanized, all-terrain gator suit. This armored exoskeleton grants them super strength, heightened agility, and razor-sharp claws. Born in the depths of the Everglades, Four Wheel Gator was a brilliant scientist obsessed with merging technology with nature. A disastrous experiment mutated them into a half-human, half-reptilian hybrid, forever bonding with their creation. Their primary goal is to reclaim and protect all wetlands by any means necessary, even if it involves causing chaos in nearby cities. Four Wheel Gator's arch-nemesis is Ecock Knight, a hero dedicated to preserving the balance between urban development and nature, constantly thwarting Four Wheel Gator's extremist plans.
Yeah, Claude's just getting it wrong. Right? So yeah, it's just numbers that are too big. But hold on. That is very close to the number we were expecting, but not quite right. So it's so close. I find that really interesting. Huh. Let's go look at this one again. Okay. So what we end up seeing is that we probably just still need to do all of this in the way that, right? We need to like port the Go code over to JavaScript, right? Rather than trying to port the JavaScript to Go. I'm not sure what you're asking there, Nettie. It does seem a little spammy. All right, so we'll do hash string go here. Copy what we got, but then instead of multiplying by the FNV32 prime, and what's up, Taco Bandit? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Going all right. We just spent a little bit of time trying to implement JavaScript's bitwise XOR in Go to no avail, which, you know, makes sense. Now I want to see if there's some other way that we could implement the Go version of FNV1A in JavaScript, right? And that's really what Growthbook is doing with this function right here. And at the end of the day, just using Growthbook's function would work. It's less ideal, but it is MIT licensed. As long as we reproduce that license where that source code lives, we're good to go. One thing I want to do, though, is over here in the Go code. Yeah, I mean, MIT license is really open, right? You can use it for anything. You can commercialize it. You can copy and paste it. But as long as you bring the license with that MIT code, you're good to go. So was that all we needed to make that matchup? And the answer is no. So now I don't remember what we did to get the result that lines up with the previous values we had. Right, so at one point, I'd love to go, like, oh, this would be a cool feature. If it maintained a version of the code that produced this. But instead, whatever. We just got to make it work. Oh, and that was it. We made this a uint 64. And then that did it, didn't it? No, it did not. We're trying to get this number out of this function, which is the second thing we are printing right here. So I want to get rid of the JS bitwise. I don't think we end up needing JS like. Damn. All right, so coworker recorded their face with their phone, but they did it vertical instead of horizontal. So that's annoying. But I'll try and edit it together. Instead, I think I'm just gonna have to do like a different flow. But yeah, I'll at least, I'll at least be productive tonight by editing and getting that together. But yeah, I think realistically, I'm going to need to record stuff myself tonight as well. So that'll be fun. All right, anyway, yeah, what did I do to get these actually the same numbers? Yeah, we got to figure out how we got this output. We did it yesterday, just hacking at it. Now, if I make these uint 64, then we don't have to do some of those conversions at least, which should speed some things up. Okay, I wonder, let's try and move way back. Oh, and we're not going to be able to go back any further. Well, hold on. Oh yeah, and this is just where we started today. Damn, alright. I think worst case scenario, we could just port the Go code. I just don't like the idea of all that bitwise magic. And this isn't even about the JS part, right? Because the way Growthbook is doing their bitwise magic is different from how the Go code does it internally. But I did kind of want to see if we could do it in a more readable way, if that would actually have performance implications too. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think it does. Right, because after it's compiled, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'd have to throw it into Godbolt to see what assembly instructions it generates. But we're still not getting the right values out of this. Right, we basically want this and this to be the same. Now here's the funniest part to me. If we just take it and do a bitwise 4 on it. Oh, that was not it. For some reason, I thought, yeah, never mind. When we were doing some other fiddling, things were a bit different. And hey, Purple Elf, how you doing? Dude, oh yeah, Purple Elf. We read a really good article yesterday from, what is it, Sahil? I think that's his name?
Once a humble botanist named Doctor. Evangeline Vine stumbled upon a mysterious ancient manuscript detailing forbidden alchemical
This was a
practices.
cool article.
While experimenting with rare purple orchids in a hidden forest, they unlocked the dark essence of nature, transforming themselves into Purple Elf. Blessed with the power to control and summon malicious plant life, they command thorny vines, poisonous blooms, and gigantic carnivorous plants at will. With haunted, green glowing eyes, Purple Elf seeks to overthrow humanity to restore Earth to a wilder, more chaotic state. Purple Elf's arch-nemesis is the eco-warrior Verdant Blaze, who harnesses the power of fire to protect nature responsibly and thwart Purple's destructive endeavors. The battles between these two reflect a clash between uncontrolled nature and sustainable coexistence.
Hell yeah. But yeah, what were you up to today? And yeah, were you working on Flexile? Because Flexile seems really cool. And yeah, just this article about how he compensates devs is really interesting too. Right? Little interesting about the history and all that stuff. You were working on both. Mostly design system work. Nice. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Right? And like the hourly rate that he listed he pays is solid. Like, really cool. I forget where that part was. But yeah, this was, a really interesting read yesterday. Now, on Hacker News, there were people talking about, like, I definitely remember, at the beginning of it, there were some people that were not happy with how things shook out. But, stuff happens. It does seem like he runs the company in a very conscientious way, at least nowadays. I can't speak towards the past, but yeah, nowadays it seems really cool. At the beginning of Gumroad, basically, I think 10 years ago, basically. Yeah. That's where people were talking about how there was, like, some drama around it. Yeah, completely different back then. Yep. Yeah, I don't remember if he mentions it in here or if it was something that someone else said, but basically, like, he had to let go of the entire team and then have the investors basically write down their investment to, like, $1 or something, right? But, yeah, I don't know the rest of that history. This part's really cool, though. I like the equity thing. I like his story about how he got burned at one point due to, like, the vesting, like, cliffs and stuff like that. And yeah, here's the part. Yeah, that's a really solid hourly rate. You get to decide how much you want to take as equity, which is also really cool. Yeah, and I like how open he is about, like, his financials as well. Right? I think this, like, level of transparency is incredibly cool. Because it's a private company still, right? It's not publicly traded, but he's still treating it as if it's publicly traded by being really transparent. I like that. So yeah, really cool article. Anyone else out there that's curious about Sahil, the creator of Gumroad? Yeah, that level of transparency is just really admirable. And I think the way it's being done right now is sustainable, too, right? Instead of, like, oh, you need hockey stick growth, like, like VC would push normally. You can actually just focus on steady growth instead. Yeah, no worries, Matt Barr. I'm actually live on YouTube right now. So yeah, if you head to my YouTube channel, you can actually see the live streams. Right? Even the VODs from previous streams. I do agree. I deserve much more public. Publicity, I think, is the term you meant. Language barrier. It's tough. But yeah, I'm lazy. I need to actually produce more, like, actual videos on YouTube. And I plan on doing so. I'm just slacking. But yeah, Purple Elf. Yeah, how are you guys building out your design system? I'm always curious about that. Like, I saw an interesting design system thing yesterday. It started with an L. Did it start with a U? Because I'm trying to promote watch hours over on YouTube so I can get partnered. Right? A watch of the VOD here on YouTube, or here on Twitch, doesn't benefit me in any way. No offense. Sorry. But yeah, to get to partner, I need 4,000 watch hours within a year. So, yeah, promoting people to watch VODs over on YouTube does help build up those hours. But no, it was 0 runtime CSS and JS. Linaria was what it was called. Yeah, so Linaria seems like a pretty cool like CSS and JS system, but the thing I actually thought was really cool was some of these things from Polished, which I thought was incredibly interesting, and they link out to down here. I just couldn't remember the names. But yeah, Polished JS seems really cool. Basically, it's just a bunch of like things to help keep your styles consistent, right? So if you're doing modular scale, you know, it can be a 1.0 versus like font size being a modular scale of 1.2. Yeah, Nettie, it still seems pretty spammy. I would recommend you seem less spammy. I'm really curious why you think this is a good stream to spam 3D and 2D graphics design type stuff. But yeah, like a whole bunch of just really cool mix-ins and things that you can just, you know, use in your post CSS. I find it really interesting. Yeah, so between, clear fix, cover. I don't know, just like a lot of really cool utilities to reduce the boilerplate in your CSS. Yeah, I doubt you'll end up using like all of these, but the ones that seemed interesting to me... Hold on, where's the font size stuff? I think I missed it. Oh, like high DPI? Yep. So it'll help create some of these like media only BSE things. Pretty cool. What was the font one? Like the text size. Modular scale. Yeah, this one's really interesting to me. Yeah, so 2 steps up of the scale for your font size. So instead of just 1 EM, it's, you know, 1.77. The fact that you can turn a pixel value into an REM is also really cool to me, right? So you're at least like, you know, taking into account your designer's pixel sizes from a Figma, but then you can throw the REM around it and it'll actually scale font style wise, like if the user sets their base font larger. I think for the most part, you don't necessarily want to do that with height or width values, but for font sizes, that's incredibly useful. So yeah, I really like this. And then, yeah, Purple Elf, if you're still out there, one more thing I was really a fan of is Class Variance Authority, CVA JS. Yeah, this one's amazing too. Right, so for design systems, just having it to where you can kind of like compose these things Let's see if we can look at a good example of it, right? You might have button with your intent of primary or secondary, the size for it, etc. Right? And then compound variants where you're combining a bunch of these. Right? And then finally, when you want to style it for elsewhere, and you're combining all of these other possibly Tailwind classes, you're still keeping things consistent by doing, you know, button for default, or then button with intent secondary, size small, and it's all like very strictly like type checked. So instead of like just a whole bunch of this stuff, you end up getting a lot of like reusable styling. So yeah, class variance authority. I really like this for design systems. And at my previous job, we were building out something like this to keep our fonts consistent and colors consistent and things like that. It was really cool. Yeah. Use of Tailwind is optional. This right here is all Tailwind classes. So keep that in mind, Matt. It's actually just a combinator of those Tailwind classes. You could use your own classes too, right? So you can go fully custom, or you can just make it to where you're not having to repeat a bunch of this junk, and it actually creates it for you. So that's what they're showing right here. These are all Tailwind classes, but the way that you're actually like doing them in your React code or whatever is just button with the intent you want and the size, and it composes it all together into the Tailwind stuff that you'd care about. So you can keep it consistent. You can change it in one place basically, and it updates everywhere that you're using that, CVA mix in or whatever. So yeah, it is like, it's fully Tailwind compatible, and it's even the way they kind of recommend using it, but you could just define your own classes the same way. Which is what we were doing at my previous job. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, CVA.style, really useful for building out design systems. I only found out about it because if you've heard of ShadCN, it is using CVA under the hood. Or at least it was when I was looking at how to generate things. So if I go and, let's see, where am I going to even have this? Oh, I know where I can find it. No. The more you learn, the easier they are to learn. So yeah, here you go. CVA, type variant props. Class variant authority is a very big part of ShadCN UI and how you might generate things. So yeah, pretty cool. So here you can even see, if you use ShadCN to generate a component, you can actually then see how they're kind of composing together a bunch of Tailwind for you. And then here, that's where they're using it actually in React code. So ShadCN is really kind of just a good thing to learn from and understand how you might build out your own design system anyway. Absolutely. Yeah. That's the whole point, right? If you define it in one place and people just have components they use, there's so much more value there, right? And it keeps things consistent. That's the biggest thing, right? Having a design system isn't nearly as important as making sure people use it. Right? You can have it, but if people don't actually end up using it, then the value is lost anyway. Aw, thanks, man. I'm still learning along with you guys, so, you know. I think it's more useful to recognize that we're learning this together. So yeah, what we're going to do is we're just going to use growth books function because it's good, it's solid, it's fairly evenly distributed. Yeah, no worries, Matt Bar. Have a good one. We're going to close that up. And yeah, here we go. So one thing I want to do then is I want to spin up. Actually, we can close these for now. We're going to wait to do... nah, we can do PM dev right there. What I actually want to do first is head back to how we're doing... another one of these things. So I want to actually like graph the modulo distribution again, just to see. Oh, but hold on. So yeah, these values are not consistent at the moment. I think, for the time being, I just want to do a get stash. Let's stop and restart that for the moment. We're going to check out our blog. PNPM dev that. And we'll just do this in a new tab. Okay, so we had that open. Let me fiddle with it a little bit. So hash GB old is another function I want to bring in. If we go over to index here, I just want to add that function. We're going to call it old, and this is where we need to bring in this function. Hash GB old. And then from there, we can rerun our test. So this goes and runs a bunch of benchmarks and, you know, just our hashing algorithms many times over some strings and over some numbers. And then we're going to get some CSV data and JSON data that we want to output elsewhere. So now that we got these, I'm going to grab just all of it. I don't have that open at the moment. And then here for blog data hashing, we're going to get rid of these. Paste those back in. And this is where get that back up and running. Does take a second. And yeah, we see GB32 old is lightning fast. It's actually faster than our FNV1A at this point. So yeah, the fact that they're doubling it over here slows it down quite a bit. But let's look at how it gets distributed. And this is where we see over 100 iterations. It's not perfect, right? For 75%, we bump up to 80. The others are pretty good, though. If we look at 1,000 results, we see GB32 old, and we see that the 50% mark is not right in the middle like GB32 is. All right, and that's just for strings. When we go look at numbers, over 100, yep, bumping up to 80. It's not great at the 25% mark either. It's pretty good over numbers, though. So yeah, the biggest problem is that for only 100 iterations, it doesn't sit right in the middle like we expect. For 1,000 iterations, we can see that we're 3% off of the median here. Now, one thing we need to do is, if we're going to use growthbooks function, we need to modify it to where it's not doing the seed in the same way. And technically, their seed might be better than ours, because they're doing like a string seed instead of like a 0 to 1 seed. So let me go look at that a little bit now. If we look at FNV one more time, we've got the raw FNV1A. I want to take what they've got here and port it a bit. So hash FNV32A. That part's actually fine. And instead, we want to do this, where we have hash GB hybrid. Actually, yeah. Hold on. Hash GB hybrid. I'll just put this one above hash GB old, which is just a single iteration. And instead of that, all right, so yeah, we group those together. Hash GB hybrid is slightly different. So then over here, let's bring that in. Boot ahead. Thank you for the follow. I missed that a little bit ago. Thank you. And Math K's. Thank you for the follow as well. All right, so then hash GB hybrid actually follows our function signature rather than theirs. So we can just copy this. GB32 hybrid hash function. And then we want to rerun the functions. And I want to see if our hybrid function actually performs differently than their function. Because if we can get that like speed that they got while just doing a slightly different way of seeding the value, then we get the best of both worlds. But maybe it doesn't actually have the impact I'm expecting. All right, so then from here, what we want to do... Yeah, we did all that. We need to copy the results. And ooh-wee. All right, so hold on. Let's go look at this. So we see hash GB hybrid. see a typo already. GB32 hybrid is actually the one. It performs even better than their GB32 old function because it's a mathematical thing rather than adding to the length of the string we're hashing. Our custom function worked out terribly performance-wise, so that's cool. We're already improving upon that. But yeah, so GB32 old and GB32 hybrid are both way faster than their existing new version that does a double hash, which makes sense, right? They're doubling the time it takes at the minimum. If we look at the distribution, over 100 iterations, GB32 hybrid is not great. But 100 iterations really isn't enough to understand, right? To like get a reasonable hash distribution anyway. Our custom one does really well, actually. Which I find interesting. But then once we get to 1,000 iterations, we see GB32 hybrid. That is really good for string values. I'd say it performs better than GB32 old. And yeah, GB64 borks out at the 50%, but at the 32-bit, really good. So yeah, GB32 hybrid and GB32 perform admirably well on strings over 1,000 iterations. When we start looking at numbers, yeah, numeric IDs, right? Gram hash borks out, DJB2 borks out. GB32 hybrid at 100 iterations, again, it can only be expected to do so well. GB64 does pretty damn well. GB32, again, 100 iterations, not ideal. Our FNV1A, pretty good, but it's also not a proper FNV1A because of how JavaScript does the bitwise. So this one's basically a non-starter. But then once we get to 1,000 iterations, GB32 hybrid is doing really well. Right? Performance-wise, we go above 25% by about 0.5%. The rest is, you know, our mid is halfway of a percent off. GB32 standard goes below by about 0.5% at the 25% mark. Above by about 0.5% at the 75% mark. And pretty damn accurate at the 50%. So at this point, I really like what we got going. I think our GB32 hybrid function is massively faster than the standard GB32 and GB64 because they're having to do a double hash. Right? But again, we're talking about like things that are so fast, right? This is, right? Millisecond. We're talking about like nanoseconds here, right? Right? Nanosecond differences. If we look at the hybrid, yeah, it's basically just twice as fast because it's only hashing once. But again, could be worthwhile. I think one more important thing to recognize is that our hash or our seed value is just a number, and it's a number between 0 and 1, and the thing we're testing against right now is, I think it's 0.22 or something like that, like something incredibly reasonable. So it's not adding that much. Oh, it's 0.11. It's not adding that much to what we're seeing in like the length of the string that's being hashed. So it's possible that by generating a longer string, there's also just more cycles being spent in the GB32. Because we're just operating on numbers rather than a string. So yeah, all right, I think we've got a good plan forward. One thing we're going to want to do at some point is point out that we have to use big int for some of the other hash functions, which probably makes them slower. So this is like a JavaScript specific test. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I like this. All right. So we've got a path forward. Our path forward is we want to make sure that we are using FNV1A, the growth book version of it, but slightly different because of how we're passing things. I think we still end up wanting to shout out and duplicate the license for growth book into the folder where we have our hashing function, and possibly just into the same file. I think I'm okay just throwing it at the top of the file. And yeah, I think we're good. Okay. All right, so now we need to finish the blog post because there's stuff we changed. And custom might be the wrong way to think about it. Handwritten. I think custom's fine. So these ones we'll call good. All right, the other algorithm, right, FNV1A. right? Ours looks like this. Growth books can be found there. But there is a problem in JS land. It turns out that our FNV 1A implementation does not output the same numbers as the Go version that ships with Go's standard library. An explanation for this can be found on Stack Overflow. The gist is that JS does some shenanigans with the numbers when doing bitwise operations. In JS, the number is converted into a signed 32-bit integer instead of an appropriate unsigned 64-bit. Oh god. They're saying that's SQL? Yeah, sure. Because the goal of is to have something that hashes the same way consistently across languages, we just can't use our own FNV 1A algorithm. The growth book algorithm manages to produce the same output in JS as Go by doing some bitwise magic that many of us will find hard to understand. So while it's not ideal, we should probably prefer... Hold on. And I think technically this part we can put over here. Yeah. So let me put that at the end, at least for now. So yeah. So we added the single version, single hash version of GB32 as GB32 old in the graphs. A discerning reader may also notice the presence of GB32 hybrid in the graphs below. Without revealing too much, we added this to accommodate our own custom or our own specific way of seeding the hash results. We'll talk more about this later in the article. All right, so yeah. Discerning is probably the wrong word. A detail-oriented reader. What's a good word? What do we think? Is discerning the right word? Maybe discerning's fine. I don't think discerning's actually the right word, though. Let me just double check. Keen-eyed. Ooh, that's a fun one. A keen-eyed reader may also notice the presence of GB32 hybrid in the graphs below. Without revealing too much, we added this to accommodate our own specific way of seeding the hash results. We'll talk more about that later in the article. All right, so then here at the bottom, understanding the results. Despite the much faster runtime of the custom DJB2 and Graham algorithms, their distributions leave much to be desired, especially for integers. At this point, it might be obvious why Growthbook chose FNV1A. Our implementation of FNV1A more closely resembles the textbook definition on Wikipedia. Nope, so this part definitely needs to be reworded. So we almost decided to use that instead, even though the Growthbook implementation is MIT licensed. One odd thing we noticed is that the 64-bit version has a worse mean and distribution than the 32-bit version. We aren't sure why that is, but it is interesting nonetheless. But there's a problem in JS land. It turns out that our FNV1A implementation does not output the same numbers as the Go version that ships with Go standard library. An explanation for this can be found, blah, blah, blah. The gist is that JS does some shenanigans with the numbers when doing, and I don't think we need to capitalize that, bitwise operations. In JS, the number is converted into a signed 32-bit integer instead of an appropriate unsigned 64-bit integer before running the bitwise XOR operation. But sometimes perfect can be the enemy of good. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. It's not ideal whatsoever. And yeah, hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? It's basically 5 o'clock. I think we can have a whiskey or two. And really, yeah, we got to cap it at the 2. I got some editing to do tonight. And yeah, so, yep. Bitwise, we got shenanigans to deal with. Well, I gotta think about what I'm eating for dinner tonight. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Anything they want to share? Yeah, I just got to finish up how we describe this. And what's up, Fallen Learns? Nothing fun today, MongoDB scripts? Oh, and when you say scripts, do you mean like migration stuff, or do you mean like queries, like writing aggregations and things like that? All right, so because the goal is to have something that hashes the same way consistently, we just can't use our own FNV1A algorithm. The growth book algorithm manages to produce... hold on. We put a little bit of time into trying to get Go to hash the same way as the JS, but it just didn't work the way we expected. The Stack Overflow we linked earlier hints that it is not easily possible as well. Ooh, you're battling a cold? Oh, I'm sorry. Plugging away with some Twitch bot stuff. Nice. Yeah, and I forget. What are you using to interface with your with Twitch? Is that TMI.js, or are you using? I think there's a couple other implementations too. TMI.js? Yep. Yeah, it's a great library. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I wire up pretty much like all of my like random bots too, right? When you hear like the superhero like voiceover thing, that's TMI.js. You know, my chat overlay below, that's TMI.js. When we do the flick game, that's TMI.js. It's just so easy, you know? So yeah, come on, everyone out there. Let's do a flick real quick. Flick them if you got them. You can also flick emotes. No one? No one wants to play the flick game? There you go. There you go. You can flick as many times as you want. You can do multiple flicks. We got a flick game going. I don't know what the winner wins, but let's do it. Oh, is that one of the Primogens? Because he's no longer at Netflix? Oh, that's good. I like that. Oh, it's Tejas. Oh, not Flicks. That's even better. Nice. I like that. Is that one of yours, Brett? It is. Nice. Yeah, that's solid. It's like a Waluigi hat or something, right? Oh, I didn't see who won the last one. Oh, that alien didn't flick. Oh, is that because it's in a Unicode emote? Yeah, that'd be part of it. Yeah, we don't support Unicode there. We just support like Twitch emotes. You like skate? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, it's a goofy, fun little game. It's open source if you want to see how we made it. It's basically just using Matter.js. So if you want to make your own, overlay game, it's actually quite simple. Oh, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Oh, I saw Matisse going earlier today. It was awesome. There you go. Ooh, Four Wheel. That's a classic one. Yeah, the Atom Everyone. The one and only. I know, it's pretty good, right? Ooh, that one's really well placed. Who's gonna knock him out? They might win. Timer's ticking. Oh, and they're gone. Nobody wins this one. This is why we can't have nice things. Oh, that one's gonna win for sure unless someone knocks it out. Oh, that was close. It's a good, fun game, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like Drop Game, if y'all remember that. I'm actually curious what Drop Game was built with, for like the physics and stuff like that. Oh, that one. Winner, Fallen Learns with a 72.73. So yeah, pretty fun stuff. Oh, but the target is behind my head. It's about as good as we can do it. But yeah, pretty fun. So yeah, wiring up your own flick game or drop game or any of that stuff, pretty easy. You could make your own Plinko if you want. Mm-hmm. Yeah, part of like the stretch goals for the game was to implement like a hand that like flicks it, like blink. But yeah, that was a little too much effort. But all right, so back to what we're actually building. I just want to finish this blog post. Oh, there you go. Yeah, of course, Sab, you had to subscribe to Robotic Heads emotes just because they're that good. Right? Can't resist the cat emotes. Exactly. Is that Ronald McDonald doing the Carlton? Oh, I wish we animated in the game. Dude, that one's so good. Whose emote is that? Is that Matisse Tech? Oh, that's so good. Matisse kills it. That is such a good emote. I'm stoked that TwitchCon is back in San Diego again this year because it means Matisse will be able to hang out again. So that's pretty cool. Aw, really, Cotter? Aw. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, that sucks. See if you can maybe, like, get a bunch of people together to share a room. For new ear piercings, right? Ooh. And wait, they do that through holes? Dude, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I guess, how big is the gallbladder? Oh, wow, yeah, it's actually really, like, teeny tiny, huh? Yeah, it's just a little chunk right below the liver. Yeah, laparoscopic. Yep. Yeah, that's how they do a lot of shoulder surgery, too. It's just a hole through the shoulder instead of, like, filleting you, you know? Dude, I'm so sorry about that, man. Yeah, way better than a 6-inch incision. So is it mainly for budgetary reasons? Or just, like, when you get your gallbladder removed, does it mean, like, you can't drink and things like that? And it'd be like... Oh, that's like when they can get you in for the surgery 2 months from now. And then there's the recovery time and all that stuff. And yeah, you're in Canada, so it doesn't cost you anything, right? All right, well, at least that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'll say this. You probably don't need to worry about booking out TwitchCon early at all, right? There's going to be people out there like, but you might run out of hotel rooms. No, definitely not. It's not going to happen. So, you know, just saying, you can wait till a couple weeks beforehand. Yeah, exactly. You know, and if it becomes a budget thing or whatever, I would say reach out to, you know, like Nyx and some of the other people to where maybe like sharing a room makes it more economical for both of you. I remember, you know, a few years ago, there was like 8 people crashing in Prime's room, which sounds like a nightmare to me. Like 8 people, there's at least 2 people guaranteed to be snoring, which means you're basically not sleeping. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense, Cotter. But 2 months from now is just July. Yeah, no drinking, no heavy foods during that time. But a few weeks after the surgery, right? Like, if so you have the surgery in July, fingers crossed, of course. I think you'll be all right by September. But again, play it by ear. Don't book anything ahead of time. I don't think that's worth it at all. There's going to be people that give you the FOMO of like, you better book now. Like, nah, dude. Every single time, even for Vegas last year, I booked like the week before. It's fine. You're totally good. So that's actually like the cheapest part, right? I would say maybe just buy the TwitchCon tickets, because that's like the cheapest part of the trip, you know? Especially if you don't go to the terrible concert they are probably going to book. I never book the concert. I don't give a shit. I mean, I think we're well on our way there, Cutter. But yeah, man, I'm sorry. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I hope you feel better, man. Do you mind if I ask, like, how did you know you ended up needing it? And if it's too personal, you know, you don't have to say anything. Right? You can just say, that's a bit personal. Extreme pain. Oh, really? Like in the abdominal area? Or just kind of like all over? Top of the stomach? Interesting. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, thank you for sharing. It would come and go, though. Like, do you know what, like, the triggers were? Like, what would actually make it feel worse or not? I'm guessing, like, drinking, because it's so close to the liver, but I don't know. You thought it was just acid reflux? Has the same patterns as acid reflux. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you got it checked out, right? Like, dude. Coffee, spicy foods, fatty foods, anything involving, like, you know, heavy, like, bile usage. I could see that. Damn, and those are some of the best things to eat and drink. You know, I don't even drink coffee, but I know people that do drink coffee really like their coffee. Okay, so you're a big coffee fan. There you go, Sad. Yeah, see if you can get someone to set up like a GoPro. That way you get like some fun quotes from when you're like in the anesthesia part. You know, when you're a little loopy. There's an alternative procedure. Oh, interesting. 3 to 4 cups a day? Ooh, yeah, that'd be rough. When I'm doing it right, I do 1 Red Bull a day. Some days I do a couple. Let's see, hold on. What do I got for meetings tomorrow? Because I may end up staying up late tonight. Oh, I got a meeting at 10:30, so I'm good. I can stay up nice and late. Because, yeah, I got video stuff to do. Yeah, 10:30 a.m. No. Not a 10:30 p.m. meeting. Nah, if I was working with like remote workers in other countries, yeah, I've had to do that before. I definitely remember having to do like 10:30 or 11 p.m. meetings with like the India team on a couple teams I've been on. Usually, like on a couple of the teams I've been on, they're able to just like dictate the hours to the India team, and they're up super late their time to communicate with us on our time. But I try to be like available for their times too, just in case. Just to keep things fair, you know? So yeah, I've had to do some late night meetings that way. Not at this company, but at previous companies. Ooh, and I forgot to reply to one person on Twitter. Let me just do that real quick. All right. And yeah, so hold on. I'm gonna do this just to shout it out. The supervillain I hope you're okay with this joke.
Thanks for the support. Cotter's gallbladder is a biotech supervillain with the power to manipulate biological functions and induce severe, targeted illnesses in their victims. Their origin story begins with Dr. Cotter, a renowned surgeon who discovered a secret formula to control the body's internal processes. After a tragic accident in their lab, the formula fused with their DNA, giving Cotter control over not just their own body, but others as well. They assumed the sinister moniker Cotter's gallbladder and now wreak havoc by unleashing waves of debilitating diseases upon their foes. Their arch-nemesis is the Cure, a former colleague who channels the healing properties of the human body to neutralize...
The Cure. Ooh. Oh, wait. Damn it, did I interrupt it? Did it? Hold on. I think that was just Vappy messing up. Yeah. I'm sorry it got cut off that way. It shouldn't be listening to my mic right now. I wonder if Windows reset those settings. I don't even see... What? Alright, Windows is totally broken for me. What the hell, dude? Yeah, that's totally Chrome. Let me just try one more time. And this is just me trying to debug. We're gonna do the Cotter's gallbladder one more time.
Thanks for the support.
Testing, testing, testing. You shouldn't hear my microphone at all.
Who gained their powers when an
Don't listen to me at all.
meant to enhance human biology went horribly wrong.
Okay.
The serum mutated their gallbladder, giving them the bizarre ability to secrete a corrosive bile that can dissolve almost anything. They can weaponize this bile as a gas or liquid, making
this
them
one's
a
better.
foe. Dressed in a lab coat with eerie green stains, Cotter's gallbladder vows to bring down the pharmaceutical industry that cast them aside. They plot and scheme from their underground lair, filled with bubbling chemicals and sinister inventions. Their arch nemesis is Doctor Panacea, a brilliant and altruistic doctor who discovered the antidote for Cotter's deadly bile. Doctor Panacea's medical expertise and resourcefulness make them the perfect foil to Cotter's gallbladder's Kawakick plans.
This, like, your gallbladder as the villain is better in this one, but the cure was a way better, like, you know, like, superhero to fight it. So, yeah. Alright. Alright. You know, tomato, tomato. Nothing's perfect. All right, so yeah, thank you for allowing me to test that. Make it into a keychain. I think it'll be big enough that you probably want it on like a necklace. It'll be a little big for a keychain. All right, you know, we're talking like that big. It's a little big for a keychain, but probably good as like a necklace. Cast it in bronze or something. There you go. What am I thinking? Gold. Pure gold. Ooh, you could make it silver so that it's antibacterial. That could be interesting. Yeah, exactly. Right? You touch a door handle, you rub the silver gallbladder. Problem solved. And yeah, welcome everyone from Theo finishing up his stream, it looks like. I just noticed he's no longer live on X. So yeah, welcome everyone. How you doing? Who here's coming over from Theo's stream? You don't have to say so. I just thought it was funny. I saw the numbers tick up. What was Theo up to? I saw the title he had. It was about the remix stuff, and I think there was something else. But yeah, let's finish up this blog post we're doing. So we wrote most of it the other day. And then yesterday we discovered that our JavaScript version of FNV1A is actually broken because of how JavaScript does bitwise operations. When you do a bitwise operation in JavaScript, it actually converts it to 32-bit, then does the bitwise operation, and converts it back to the floating point that it uses. Which is a nightmare, isn't it? So, good old JavaScript, keeping us on our toes. So it turns out we do need to fork the stuff that Growthbook is doing, because they have a slightly different thing they're doing. And the funny part is, if we look at some of the results that we got, right, the GB32 hybrid is our custom version of it. And that hybrid is basically how we are doing our seed value versus their GB32 and GB64. They are using a string as the seed value. We are using a floating point number between 0 and 1. What that means is their seed is a string that they concatenate during their hashing, right? So they just add it to the value that you're hashing, whether it's a number or a string, they turn it into a string and then hash that. We can actually just hash the string directly with FNV1A or the GB32 algorithm. But then all we got to do is multiply that number by our seed value and then do our modulo and divide by 100. So we're actually way faster because we're only doing the hash once, whereas they do a double hash to reduce a bias in their measurements. We have eliminated that bias in a different way because of the way that we're doing our seeding. So it's kind of cool. They have to do a double hash. And keep in mind, this is misleading. We're talking about, right, 0.00037 or 0.037 or 39 or 35 as like the distribution of performance characteristics on our algorithm. For theirs, there is a wider spread, but at the median, we're talking about 0.0067 or 3067, which means that, yeah, ours is twice as fast because we're only hashing once. These numbers are so small that it probably isn't a problem with anything you're doing. But at the end of the day, if it's on your hot path, saved CPU cycles are saved CPU cycles. So it could be worthwhile for what you're doing, depending on where you are doing this hashing. And I think that's important to recognize. But again, the numbers we're talking about here, so small. Like, not going to be the bottleneck in your application in any significant way. So I think that's important to like recognize. What Growthbook is doing totally works for them, right? Because this is not going to be anybody's bottleneck. What we're doing is faster, but that doesn't matter as much. But when we look at the distribution of these things, sure, over 100 results, we're not going to see anything be consistent anyway, right? So over 100 results, we take the average speeds, and we don't even see the GB32 or 64 because we're only seeing the, the highest values, like the fastest 10 things. When we get to 1,000 iterations, that's where we end up seeing GB64 and GB32. The 64-bit doesn't distribute that well, right? The median and the 75% are 5% off of what they should be, but at 32-bit, totally fine. When we look at the hybrid, which is the fastest of all of our algorithms, we see that, yeah, we're also within a really reasonable margin of error, but we're still faster too. So yeah, it comes down to the fact that the way that Growthbook is doing their seeding of gradual releases relies upon a random string generation, most likely nano ID or something like that, and we don't have to do that. We can just use a number that is 0 to 20, 0 to 1, and just some random seed value that you just drag and slide as you see fit. As that number changes, you're going to see vastly different results from hashing these things. So yeah, I want to point out, Growth Book is technically a competitor. No, for them to be a competitor, I actually have to have users. So no, they're not competing with me. I will eventually maybe be competing with them, but at the same time, yeah, different companies, no, same team. Everybody should be using feature flags. As long as you're using some feature flag tool, you're okay in my book. Whether that's Dev Cycle or Growth Book or whatever, just use feature flags. That's the important part. So yeah, let's actually get back to the final part that we're doing, where we call out the issues with the problem in JS land, which is the fact that it's not doing proper 64-bit bitwise operations. Is there some magic we could do to make that work better? Maybe. That sounds like way more effort, though. So instead, let's just keep hacking out what we're doing. And I just want to finish out what we're doing here in a cleaner way. Ooh, and you know what? This just occurred to me, and that sounds like something for the Trello board. A build time diff generator. If we wanted to show a diff between the Growth Book and our adaptation of their work, right? To do like the seeding that we do. I'd love to just like copy and paste theirs and mine and make the diff happen at build time. And have that be output. That could be kind of cool. Especially as like an Astro plugin or component. Yeah. That goes in the Trello board. So Astro plugin component, generate diff at runtime just generate diff at not runtime, at build time. Oh, and this one seems fun. God, I really like this one as a task, as like a project we make at some point. Right? You've heard of comma separated values. Well, there's also USV, which is Unicode separated values. What about emoji separated values? That just sounds more fun, doesn't it? And it doesn't sound that hard. Like, I know we've seen the Unicode separated value library before. We'd basically just fork it. Maybe the emoji are Unicode anyway, so it ends up being easy. So maybe it's not as much of a library, and instead it's more of a... just a fun YouTube video. Yeah, I don't know. Could be good. So, let's finish this part. And what up, X Factor? How you doing? So, we put a little bit of time into trying to get Go to hash the same way as the JS, but it didn't work the way we expected. The Stack Overflow we linked earlier hints that it is not easily possible as well. Because the goal is to have something that hashes the same way consistently across languages, we just can't use our own FNV1A algorithm. The growth book algorithm manages to produce the same output in JS as Go by doing some bitwise magic that many of us will find hard to understand, but sometimes perfect can be the enemy of good. So we ended up creating our a fork of the growth book algorithm that allows us to pass a seed value that is a number between 0 and 1 instead of a string. Our guess is that they generate the seed using something like NanoID in their UI. We just use a numbers slider instead. The end result looks like this. The benefit is that our runtime is faster because we only need to hash once, but we still get a really good distribution of values over of string values and number values. Keep in mind that the speed difference is so small that it probably won't be anybody's bottleneck, but it is still nice. That performs well and correctly. Yeah, X Factor. So basically what we're going to end up doing is we take the growth book hashing function, which is MIT licensed. We need to call out their license in our source code when we finally port it over. And that's only for the JavaScript. For everything else, we can just use standard FNV1A and then just multiply by our seed value. Here we're moduloing by 1,000 instead of 100. I'm okay with that. They're doing it for that reason, for some reason. And yeah, I'm fine with it. Ooh, hold on though. So we did see hash GB old. Hash GB is still using the 10K. So I think for our snippet where we shout out growth books, we're actually just linking out to theirs. So I think that's fine. We're not actually showing the entire snippet for them. Oh, the points challenge. Yeah. Never mind. No, that's fine, X Factor. Yeah, we completed it yesterday, which is awesome. So on June 8th or 9th, right before I head to render ATL, yeah, we're going to go through all of my tabs. We're going to go through the archive. I think we're going to need both days for it. I was like, what the hell is cat ham? All right, there you go. I'm so curious how the cat jam image was generated. It's a good one, though. I really like it. So that's what we're talking about now. And that's where instead of my custom FNV1A, we're going to use growth books. And we're just going to fork it, call out their license, and move on. Yeah, I think the rest of that is good. Wait, it's restore stage. That's it. Real quick, let's do a typo check. Now hold on. Is there a good spell check extension? Anyone got a recommendation for a spell checker? I'm currently looking at Spellwrite. Anyone got one they prefer instead? Code spell checker? Oh, that's kind of cool. So here's the thing. I know I have typos in this. Yeah, I saw it. 10.5 mil, so yeah. There we go. All right. Leave that. Vexilla. We originally. There we go. Nice. All right. Yeah, this one's good. Hell yeah. Ah, 2 M's. Yep. Oh, yeah, I like this one. Yeah, good call. Implementation. Ooh, hold on. Let's go look at growth book. Do they capitalize the B? They do. Oh. Yeah, exactly. We should probably do that. Some of the others will probably leave. We could do it for the workspace, though. Ooh, I kind of like that idea. Implementation. I misspell that one all the time, don't I? All right, and then it's just box plot. Cool. I'm going to say we are really close. Yeah, that's a lot of CSV and JSON data. I'm okay with it. All right, so hash string, we do it once, we pass it through. And then from here, we need the growth book license. MIT expat license. Without restriction, limitation, blah, blah, blah. So we're only using that portion of the code. Oh. Hey, what's up, Rondolph? I just saw that. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for the lurk. What are you up to? Are you enjoying things? And thank you so much for that lurk. I really do appreciate the lurk over on YouTube. It's helping get me to that 4,000 watch hours so I can be partner. Now I need to make more content, sure, but there's more incentive to make that content when I'm actually going to get paid for it. Even though I'm not going to get paid much, because I don't, you know, there aren't that many viewers over there watching my videos, but we do get a consistent amount of views per day. We're at 3386 watch hour wise, which means we're about 600 watch hours away. Based upon averages, we get around like maybe 8 hours of watch hours per day. Sometimes it bumps up further. So that's a couple months away. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. I probably need to release like a proper YouTube video before then. That'll like bump me up enough to actually make the streams reasonable. But yeah, I believe we are okay modifying this portion of the license. Right, what I want to do here this code is forked from growth books caching algorithm in their JS SDK. And there we go, right? We can call that good. I think that's fine. All right, so yeah, I think that covers us legally. We are shouting out the license for it, right? I think shouting it out in the file is even better than, you know, like adding like a separate file for it. So yeah, I think we're good there. Let's make sure we got typos fixed. We call that good. I don't expect our tests to actually pass. Oh, but they did. Right? So they do pass using the values that we have. I want to update that. So we may want to do some other stuff to align these numbers properly, but I think we're good for now at least. So we're going to call that okay. right, so working seed is 32. Non-working seed is 22. If we go look at our hasher here, that part looks okay to me. Oh, but no. Yeah, this is the part that we need to do slightly differently. And that's going to be coming from some Go code that we closed. Yeah, this is how they do their hashing algorithm. And yeah, value plus seed. Yep, we end up doing it slightly differently. We don't care about their JS anymore. Don't care about that blog post. We do care about Golang FNV. Go to the source code file. All right, so let's try and do this with some Claude. Interesting. All right, so real quick, I gotta use the restroom. And hold on, Brandy, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Maybe it's Brand High, but yep. Either way, let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I do need to use the restroom. I think, got plenty of water. I don't know what I'm eating tonight. It'll be something, though. find this part really interesting, though. Because that doesn't look like the way I'd expect it to look. And I guess here's another thing. Hold on. Does C# FNV 1A? Looks like there's only libraries for it. I was wondering if there was like a built-in. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, I find this part fascinating. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then we're going to finish doing the C#. The Go code is actually way simpler. And then we got to do the Elixir too. I think we can knock all three of those out before 7. But we're going to do a hard stop at 7, so we got about 45 minutes left. So, BRB. Going to use the restroom. See you in a sec. let's do another one of these. And yeah, what's everyone up to? All right, so if we copy what they got there. Yeah, this part seems different to me. So here in the Go code, we see that hash is a number. We see that we're writing to a sum32a. Where's that defined? We see that it's uint 32. Right, so this is C#, convert uint to byte. Oh, what the hell does not CLS compliant mean? You need one of these whiskeys? Why is that? Are you dealing with something not fun to work with? Marcos from Rio, thank you for the follow, and EPK, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. How you doing? I think private makes more sense there anyway. I'm not actually sure we need this part. Yeah, we just made those private. All right, so I at least want to see those run. All right, so here in the elixir code. So we got an example there. All right, does this run? Are we good? I have those backwards. All right, so now we are in client test here, and that's a failure. In this one here, so we're still not consistently hashing this in the places that we care about. Working seed is 0.32. Working seed should be 0.19. So I think our C sharp is also going to fail in the same way. What's up, Salmon? How you doing? So yeah, we've got a flaw here. And I'm not sure what the fix is. I guess here's the big part. Let's look at our Go code and double check something. Right, that 92 looked right. Now here's the big part. I think I just want to get rid of all of this. All right, so working gradual. Yeah, so it's just sum 32. I mean, do you mean this exact Go code, or do you mean Vexilla itself? I don't know, like a year or so. Probably longer than that if you consider the version 0.x. How about this? It's open source and you can look at the Git history. Mm-hmm. KQ, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's going fine, research dev. And what's up, Rusev? How you doing? I'm doing all right. I don't know. Something is strange about this. One big part is we're not even using those anymore. Yes, we're doing bitwise stuff. For some reason, our values are not consistent between these. Even after converting the growth book function. Oh, you know what? Hold on. That's it. Yeah, all of our tests passed now. It's because we weren't moduloing by the same value. Okay. I'm curious if we end up needing to do that part. And yeah, you can't modulo by that. So we have to do that part. What is IFS in that context? Okay. Ooh, you know what? We actually saw that in a vulnerability earlier today. What was it? It was... Here you go. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't the missing period. There you go. Yeah, abusing URL handling. One of those ended up having the IFS value somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, $IFS. Yeah, so kind of interesting. We actually just saw IFS earlier today. Good call. That's kind of funny. All right, so this is... All right, so then over in the elixir code, we can close the go. Yep. Yeah, it makes sense. And real quick, Kiyohisuru, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? All right, so now in the elixir code. Yeah, I don't think the total value matters to us. We are doing the remainder part here. Oh. All right, so we end up getting a total value by reducing all of this. A little bit, PM Walls. Yeah, I mean, we got the Go code working. Sorry, Diego, English only. We've got like 3 rules here in chat. That's one of them. It's fine. Right? The rules are English only, no politics, no X versus Y wars. It's pretty straightforward. What came around? When I come around? Ooh, now I really want to hear that Green Day song. Oh, gotcha. If you do a refresh, you might be able to share it. I don't know, PM Walls. I guess we could do another million point challenge. What should that challenge be? And yeah, I'm gonna do it. Sorry, people on YouTube, but I'm gonna disable the music so I can actually listen to this song, because if I don't, it'll be stuck in my head for ages. If I listen to it, maybe we're good. It's a bit loud, sorry. What's up, Galahad? How you doing? I'm doing well. Hey, thanks, Galahad. So wait, we had one test not fail? We had 4 failures a second ago. Ooh, looks like the number test actually passed, which I find interesting. Yeah, I think this and Basket Case are my favorite songs by these guys. It's so short, too. It's only 3 minutes long, you know? And yeah, we're on 90s mode. So hold up. We're going to do one more Green Day. We're going to do Basket Case. And then from there, maybe some Stone Temple Pilots. I got to train the YouTube algorithm to play these songs automatically for me. The date will be either the 8th or the 9th. The 8th and 9th are a Friday and Saturday before I go to Render ATL. Speaking of, I need to tweet out about Render ATL tomorrow and maybe one more time after a couple days. So yeah, sorry YouTube. We're listening to some Green Day right now. If you want to listen along with us, Basket Case by Green Day just started. Actually, I think I like Longview more than this one. I think I got them mixed up. They're both good songs. Yeah, it's crazy how Green Day and Offspring, their first, like, commercial albums have so many good songs on them. It's kind of crazy. Really? Did they play this song on Scrubs? I don't remember that. I used to watch Scrubs a bunch because it was on Comedy Central, you know? Definitely had a bunch of, like, snowboard friends judge me for it. Obviously, we're not friends anymore. Not just because of that, but honestly, they're just that judgmental, you know? Had a snowboard friend judge me for listening to Death Cab. Yeah, we don't talk anymore. Just because, like, you grow apart when someone's that judgmental. See, I don't remember that. I always remember Scrubs for doing like the indie stuff. Oh, and Galahad, when you say you listened to it in the car, what you mean to say is you sang along to it in the car. Right? Obviously. Duh. Singing in the car is that one refuge where you can sing as badly as you want. Oh, you weren't alone, so you controlled yourself. Gotcha. Driving alone in a car is where you can sing as badly as you want. No one can judge you but yourself. All right, so now I need to hear Longview because that's the song I actually wanted to hear. Oops. Just that bass line. Right? It's just so good. Ooh, that bass line hits. This is a song for karaoke. Hold on. Sorry, I keep a list of songs that I might decide to randomly sing at karaoke at some point. This is one of them. I'll tell you the whole list. It's only 6 songs so far. It'll be 7. All right, so the songs are Sublime, What I Got, Death Cab for Cutie, Soul Meets Body, Mike Snow, Black and Blue, Marcy Playground, Sex and Candy, Harvey Danger, Flagpole Sitta, and currently Green Day, Longview. Those are songs that I feel like I could sing at karaoke and, you know, I wouldn't feel extremely self-conscious about it afterwards. And they're also songs I've never heard anyone else sing. I've never heard any of these songs at karaoke before. God, I love this bass line, though. think there's a Stone Temple Pilots song too that I can add to that list, but I'll have to like think about it. I gotta actually memorize the lyrics better. All right, so why do we think this is failing out? We're definitely just not getting the values we expected. All right, cool. No. So, not a fan of that one. Let's see. Did the playlist adjust? It did not. All right, so if we want it to give us more of the 90s classics, we got to kick off some Stone Temple Pilots then. Which Stone Temple Pilots should we start with? Interstate Love Song? Or Big Empty? I think Interstate Love Song. All right, there we go. Yeah, we got to readjust the YouTube playlist to give us the auto recommendations that we need. So here it is, Interstate Love Song, Stone Temple Pilots. And I'm thinking this is the one I want to add to the karaoke list as well. So here's the big thing. The numbers we're dealing with are way too big. Plush. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, this one or Plush. Plush is classic. Big Empty is really good too, though. But yeah, Plush is solid. I guess we're going to have to listen to all of them. Just ended up on the algo. There you go. So here's the thing. We actually see that it is really close to what we're looking for. But this total value is just off. Right? When we look at the length of these numbers, that is definitely not what we're looking for. We see one that looks reasonable. These others do not. Oh, I love that song. All right. Is the recommendation giving us what we want? It did recommend plush. All right. We'll take it. All right, and we can't proxy that with that. Instead, we'd need like a mul or something, right? Ah, kernel dot. That seeded result value is just no good. Yeah, Elixir's just fine. But yeah, our hashing algorithm is not just fine. Yeah, we're doing another. And here's something I want to shout out real quick. Ooh. We were just saying how we wanted more of the 90s kick. I think this actually satisfies it. Dude, the drummer's so good. The bassist is all right. And here's something I want to do here for stream too. So if you haven't seen, at Get Kraken, we have a really like cool upgrade that I'm a big fan of. It might take a second to install while it's going. We can continue thinking about what's going on here. The fact that the singer of this band was considered a sex symbol should be obvious that you don't need muscles. He is a stick figure. I don't know what the issue with the hashing function is. We've got it working over in the Go and in the JavaScript. This is the JavaScript version of it, which is doing some bitwise shenanigans, right? We don't need the bitwise shenanigans in Elixir because they handle big numbers properly. But something is not working out where, like, we're getting way bigger numbers than we expected to. So maybe I want to look at, is there an existing FNV 1A algorithm? Ooh, love that song though. Honestly, Science is a better Incubus album, but you know, we're not going to go down that road. Ooh, we are starting to get some of the 90s songs, though. Ooh, the recommendations are nailing it now. Ooh, buddy. I do see Limp Bizkit My Way and Corn Freak on a Leash. So we gotta temper the algorithm just a little bit. We gotta make sure we never click any of those. Am I gonna break the algorithm by clicking a Smashing Pumpkins song? It's one of the good ones. Of the few I like. What up, Naughty Knitter? How you doing? Oh, God. Oh, God. I was not prepared for this level of elixir. Nice, Naughty Knitter. Hell yeah. I got a question. Who is your major inspiration for short stories? Right? Who's your favorite short story author? I'll start. Kurt Vonnegut. Welcome to the Monkey House is the greatest collection of short stories I've ever read. Now, granted, it's not that big of a corpus as far as like the amount of short story collections I've read. I'm pretty much comparing Kurt Vonnegut against Kurt Vonnegut. I prefer Welcome to the Monkey House over Bagombo Snuffbox, right? Oh, Four Wheel, you're the subject of at least 3 short stories she's got planned. Duh. Write what you know. I'm just having fun. I'm just bullshitting with you. All right, so there's some Bitwise stuff they're doing in here. So I don't know if you know this. You actually need to cross some lines. Oh, I gotcha. Storylines. Sci-fi and fantasy authors? Do you not consider Kurt Vonnegut sci-fi? I'm curious about that bit. Right? He's like soft sci-fi. He's more like philosophical sci-fi. But I still consider Kurt Vonnegut sci-fi. But he's nowhere near like Larry Niven or Isaac Asimov, right? So very, very different types of sci-fi. I don't think anyone could understand what Ice 9 is without considering it sci-fi, though, right? So things like that. He's actually like borderline dystopian, right? He has maybe 1 or 2 dystopian books, right? There's Slapstick, which is dystopian, but it's like a farce. So it's like, it's barely dystopian at that point. I think it's hard to do dystopian in a comedic way. It's possible, but like, is it the same type of dystopian as like Blade Runner, etc.? No, not even close. He crosses genres. Yes, I think that's the best way of doing it. He's able to make a farce of a dystopia. Similar to how, like, technically, Idiocracy is a farce of a dystopia. Right? But it's so rare to actually do that well. Which is why Idiocracy is so relevant and still so good. Like, it's not a good film, but the subject matter is really good. Right? The things the film is trying to say are really good. I think there was something lost in the way Idiocracy, like, phrased things, but I think they had to make it more farcical than, like, real. Otherwise, it would have been, like, too close to home. And by going, like, farcical, it's easier to make jokes about it, right? Like, the crude jokes that people would enjoy, like the ouch my balls type stuff. Yeah, my biggest take on Kurt Vonnegut is that he writes a story based upon, like, a philosophical approach he's wanted to, like, write something about, you know? Like, he takes some note or thing about society that he wants to point out in a way that doesn't hit too close to home for people. And he turns it into sci-fi because of it. And it ends up working out really well. Like Welcome to the Monkey House, like Epicac, right? Like so many things that are actually grounded in the reality of the time at which they were written, but still like sci-fi enough that it's not directly relevant to your life, but it should have some kind of parallel, right? So yeah, I really, really enjoy Kurt Vonnegut. Right? As like a counterpoint, there's Douglas Adams that does the same thing, but he makes it a farce. And he actually takes it towards like the way that Idiocracy was presented to, right? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is very much farcical in the same way that Idiocracy is. But it's all written about things observed within our current timeline, right? Within our current like time frame. Which I find just fascinating. Like, most of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was written while Douglas Adams was backpacking throughout Europe. Which is why it feels like so relevant to our lives, because it was actually taken from his real life, you know? Nice, makes sense, Naughty Knitter. I'm curious, like, do you end up doing like the grounded approach to it, or do you go like farcical and exaggerated? Because, you know, like there's room for both. I just think it's hard to do both as an author. You kind of got to like pick one or the other, right? You can either be grounded or you can be so extreme that it becomes like a parody of real life instead. And yeah, sorry. Nirvana's fine. It's not something I actually want the algorithm to feed me. You'll get plenty of Nirvana throughout your life. You don't need it here on my stream. I like some of their songs. I really do. But I think they overshadowed so many other great grunge artists that I prefer to listen to the others. I'm more of a not 9 Inch Nails, sorry, Alice in Chains person over Nirvana. Nirvana has some great songs. I've never listened to an album all the way through because like their main songs have been overblown for me. Whereas the Alice in Chains Unplugged, whoo! The Alice in Chains Unplugged is the greatest Unplugged ever done. It's so far separate from what they normally do, but it still hits just as hard. So yeah, I'm a huge Alice in Chains fan. Does that mean I like everything they've ever did? No. Nah. Ooh, and PM Walls. Yeah. They're super good. I also like Monster in the Parasol or whatever, which I'll probably try and put on after this, just to feed the algorithm, right? To get the recommendations I'm looking for throughout the next couple weeks. Yeah, I remember seeing the music video on MTV Edge back in the day. Anyone old enough to remember MTV Edge? I remember seeing the video for Monsters in the Parasol or Monster in the Parasol or whatever before this song actually made Queens of the Stone Age big. Like, I remember seeing that one Nickelback song where, like, they got the music video where they're in a courtroom and there's, like, a riot happening outside. That song was great. That song was good before they just got lazy and just did the formula thing. What up, Zabird? How you doing? Yeah, PM Walls, I don't want to, like, judge you. I'm willing to bet we're actually, like, are we the same age? I feel like you seem so much more mature than I do. And I don't mean that in, like, an old way, but it means that you seem put together from when we met. Whereas I definitely don't feel put together. But at the end of the day, like, from our conversations here on Twitch, etc., I actually think we might be the same age. I don't know. I turned 40 in like a month. I got the hairline to prove it. I don't need to prove it right now. We've all seen it. We've all seen it. Come on. Fine. Real quick. Just for you. Just for you. Look at how bald this dude is. Look at how thin it's getting right back here. Like, ugh. It's like there's no hair right here, right? I don't even know what that dark patch is. It's not real. I'm not trying to hide nothing with the beanie. I just don't want to deal with my hair having a cowlick when I sleep on it wrong and I decide not to shower for a day. Because I don't think a shower every day is actually necessary. Your skin will actually thank you for a shower every other day. Yeah, I turned 40 in a month, June 27th. So almost a month. Right, so, I mean, I assume my hairline, yeah, not the hair, exactly, there you go. Yeah, my hairline does not make me seem younger. But if you do the thing that you enjoy, right? Like, if you do the thing that makes your life complete and you enjoy every moment of it for at least 10 years out of high school, yeah, you basically don't age during that entire time. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I spent 10 plus years as a snowboard bum, making basically no money, shielding myself from the sun still, but snowboarding 150 plus days per year. And 1 year, it easily got up to 200. You live a stress-free life, and those lines do not show. I'm just saying, live a life you love, And you basically don't age during that time. Until you get old enough that, like, age catches up with you. Also, whiskey. Whiskey catches up with you. Now, granted, hairline-wise, I have balding on both sides of the family. There's no avoiding it. No. Could I just travel to Turkey and spend 10 grand and have a legit hairline? Maybe. It's just not me, though. Sorry, like, nah. 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 I've heard some people talk about, like, flying back from Turkey, it looked like a war zone because everyone had bandages on their head, right? Because they take the hair from the back of your head and put it on the front. But when did I start losing my hair? Ooh, it was pretty obvious by the time I was like 23, 24 that it was gonna go. I also knew that I had balding on both sides of the family, like really early too. Yeah, makes sense. I remember having a friend that like cut my hair at one point and he like cut something and I was like, nope, I'm doing my own hair, and I buzzed it. But like it never grew back in that spot the same ever again. And I used to blame him for it, but no, it's just, yeah. Even at 18, it started, right? Ooh, yeah, Sicario. Like, no, I know people from snowboarding days that were balding easily. Like, they were only, like, they were my age. They were literally my age, and they were like, dude, they were bad. Like, it was gnarly. They blamed it on their diet. No, it's genetics. You can have the worst diet in the world. Genetics are going to do more for that than anything. Right? I think one big part of it is like, oh, wearing a beanie is going to mess up your hair and you're going to like lose hair because of it. No. You know, if you want to actually maintain your hairline, get castrated at a young age, right? Because testosterone is actually the thing that ruins your hairline. So I'm actually more manly than people that have a full hairline. Right? I got more testosterone than people with a full head of hair, technically. Technically. Right? People my age with a full head of hair. Because, yeah, testosterone is actually the thing that causes receding hairlines. Yeah, chemistry and biology win. You're not going to fight that shit. Ooh, yeah, Zerk. Dude, I remember my mom looked in my yearbook and saw this one dude that looked like a 40-year-old man. He had the thickest glasses, right? He had like the 5 o'clock shadow at like 10 a.m. when his photo was taken, right? For the yearbook. Like, dude, that poor kid. I bet he's so fucking bald right now. Like, dude, it's insane. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of crazy. Some people just, they got the genes for it, you know? But yeah, hold on. Monster Parasol. I want to hear this song by Queens of the Stone Age. Covered in hair. All right, so back to what we're looking at. Sorry, I forgot how funny this video was. All right, so yeah, for some reason, this elixir is not working. And someone mentioned, hold on. Oh, speaking of testosterone, you got the snip today. We are elixiring at the moment. Like, you know, we weren't doing it all day. Like, yeah, we're just doing some feature flag SDK stuff, man. You missed out. Like, really, we should probably be finishing up soon and getting back to it on Thursday. But right now, let's at least think about this. Hold on. Let's get some more music going. Should we do my I think I can sing these in karaoke list? Let's at least do part of it. Let's do Mike Snow's Black and Blue. It's right there. Recommended, suggested. I mean, I was gonna click it anyway. You didn't need to chime in. I was gonna click it anyway. I'm not gonna sing along to it on this stream. Maybe on Streamiversary. I could do this song in karaoke for sure. So yeah, this all seems very, very Erlang-like. Like, so Erlang-like. Here's a fun fact some people might not know about Mike Snow. The guys making the beats and the instrumentals for these songs actually did the beat and instrumental for Britney Spears' Toxic. I know, it's kind of crazy, actually. I wonder if the bitwise Zor there is actually what we're looking for, because we don't see that used at all in here. Ooh, they want to play some Sir Sly. Oh. Okay, so it's not the 90s kick, but this song, I gotta hear it. If I see it, I gotta hear it. But yeah, if we look at what they're doing, this is nowhere close to what I was expecting from an FNV1A. Right, so pure elixir. Let's go look at this one. Ooh, what are they doing in here? Ooh, they do the BXOR. Okay. Ooh, they do an Erlang .star instead of a kernel .star. They still do something gnarly like that, though, that is blowing my fucking mind. All right, stupid phone. Is that what this is doing? Is this a pattern match on a binary? Oh. I don't think I like it. This seems like something Tej would do. And I mean that in the nicest way. Tej is a better programmer than I. I don't think anyone ever doubted that statement. That said, as far as readability is concerned, this is a problem. Right? How many people can read and understand what's going on in here, right? Like, this is vomits in mouth territory, right? I'd rather spend a couple extra lines doing something that I can actually understand. Because a good programming language will turn it into the optimized thing under the hood for us. Right? Write code for humans, not for computers. Because a good compiler can turn it into code for computers. Yeah, 1000%. DevX is the most important thing we can do as developers. What language is this? If you showed this function to me without the def and end, I'd have no idea. I'd be guessing like you. That said, if I look at the rest of the context around it, I can recognize it's Elixir. But honestly, like, this chunk of code sucks to read. Like, this is bad. I don't care how performant it is. A good compiler should be able to elide that stuff away from us with a good syntax. So yeah, we're looking at other people's implementations of FNV1A, which is an algorithm, for hashing things that is not cryptographically secure. But in this context, we don't care about cryptographically secure. We actually want collisions, etc. Ooh, but hold on. We got one more song I'm going to play. Bare minimum. I typed in Jimmy Eat World, and the song I was looking for is so much farther down the line than I was expecting. It's their only good one. Hold on. Is that the live version? No, I don't want the live version. I want the music video version. Hold on. It's a good song, but hold on. I gotta type in music video. Here it is. Yeah, the sound is way better. All right, this one's going on the karaoke list. All right, there we go. All right, so you'll use Rustler to implement a Rust NIF, and it's turning into something very fun to code. What does NIF mean in that context? Native implemented function. Right, so it's like an external DLL. Okay, right. So is it similar to like FFI? Right, in languages that have FFI? Right, like fast function includes? Okay, all right. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So Erlang or Elixir's NIF is similar to other languages' FFI. Right? That makes a lot more sense to me. Cool. Dude, I think I could do this one too. Still need to implement the API between them, sure. Right? But it turns into a typed Elixir. Yeah, that's legit. And I think that would be preferable to what we see here. Yeah, when Seattle JS does their monthly thing, afterwards I go out to a bar on Wednesdays that does their like karaoke night. So once a month, I head to a bar that does a karaoke night. I still haven't sung. But I've been to enough like other events that have karaoke things that I got to get some songs that I'm willing to sing. Right? Like Seattle JS or Cascadia JS, they will most likely have a karaoke thing in the after party. So I got to practice up, right? But yeah, so when we think about what we're doing code-wise, this is so different from the implementation we see. When realistically it shouldn't be, because this follows the algorithm of FNV1A actually closer than other things we've seen. Right? This is actually more accurate to the algorithm that's portrayed. Right? Could the way that they're doing it here squeeze out extra performance cycles? Maybe, but man, the beam should be able to optimize that for us. We shouldn't have to work around the beam. Right? Like, come on, man. Any moment you find yourself doing stuff like this for an Elixir implementation, I think you're messing up. I really think you are. You've done worse? I get it, you've done worse, but that doesn't excuse what's happening here, right? I think it just makes for unmaintainable code, right? Like, there be dragons type code, right? Try and refactor this, and when you fail, increment the number. And the number's at 35, you know? A good language should be able to optimize readable code, not force you into unreadable code like this. So yeah, we'll think about it. We'll see what's happening. Honestly, the fact that our numbers are so far separated is really a problem. But hold on, let me try this real quick. Oh. What did I just drop right there? That's fine. But if I were to do a GK focus, let's at least look at the new focus view for GitKraken. We should be able to see the libraries, etc., like the repos I got. We see some things. I'm probably like zoomed in way too much for it. Right, so if we start looking through the list, ready to merge. Dude, I really like the improvements they've made. Ooh, this is solid. Yeah. I think there's a bug here with showing this 3 times. Sure. As far as issues in all of my repos, yeah, that's a separate thing. Sure. I'm sorry, Noni, English only, please. Solo inglés, por favor. It's part of the rules to chat in the channel. With that being, I think it was your first message. But, you know, just saying. What TUI is this? It's not just GitHub. This actually works for GitLab, Azure DevOps, and I think other stuff too. But right now, we're only using GitHub. And this is the GitKraken CLI. So, you know, just throwing it out there. It's a thing we're working on at the company I work at, GitKraken. But yeah, it's got some really useful stuff, right? Like work in progress. We have like everything we're looking at here. That includes like, you know, PRs versus issues. We got stuff we've snoozed because we're not necessarily that intent on doing anything about it yet. Yeah, so it's not bad. Honestly, I think it's really good. I'd like to try and get some other like streamers that are CLI focused to give this a shot. But I'm not sure it's ready for like reaching out to them about that yet. You're a LazyGit user? Does LazyGit do all of this stuff for you? Or is LazyGit just like a portion of it? Right? Like LazyGit does just a smaller bit, but not all of what you're seeing here. I don't know, right? A portion, I would totally understand, and yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I wanted to like check it out and see it here. Now it's more related to the Git stuff, not GitHub. Sure, yeah. Right, if we do GK help, we can look at like all the functions and like things that we expect from it. What we were just seeing was Launchpad, right? GK, or technically Focus View, but Launchpad is actually the new name for it. Right? Branding's the thing. I think, yeah, there's other stuff too that we'd benefit from showing. Right? So like GKPR. Let's do help as well. Right, we see there's list suggestions, suggest, and view. And I think the code suggestion part of things is what I might want to like showcase here soon, but it's maybe outside the scope. That's something I need to start making a video about here, and I'll be editing a video today, but really tomorrow I'm going to be recording like a video with like the beards and mustaches and glasses I recorded of like different users and how they use, you know, code suggest, etc., which is a feature that we just launched. So hopefully we'll have a good video about that soon that I can hype up and show. But I at least wanted to like showcase the fact that in your terminal, you can get some really good insights into issues you're assigned to, right? Relevant to the PRs you own, etc. Right? You can look at pull requests that are assigned to you, etc. You know, like what has a merge conflict, what doesn't, things like that, which is really huge. So at some point, I need to make sure I'm using this more so than other things. So I need to actually focus on that. But yeah, I think we're at the point where we can call it for today. The Elixir code we've got is not passing our tests, and we need to make it pass the tests. I don't think I know what the fix is yet. But we're going to have to do that on Thursday. Like, we got to get past it. Maybe we pivot to other languages. I don't know. Right? And then come back to the Elixir. But we got to make it work. That's required, right? That's table stakes. So that's our goal. We're going to come back to this tomorrow, see what happens, make it happen, and, sorry, not tomorrow. Sorry, Thursday. Tomorrow, I will be on gaming stream doing work stuff all day long. And then play some games around 6 or 7 o'clock. We're going to be playing some Baldur's Gate 3. We just got on to Act 3. We're just now getting to Baldur's Gate, but we haven't actually made it to town yet. We're still on the outskirts. So that part should be fun. So Thursday, we come back, we tackle this bit of code, or we move on to something else and then deal with this afterwards. Maybe we call out to the Rust code that works from here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But it is 8 p.m., and I should have ended like 2 hours ago. I think we got the Go code working, the JS code working. The C# might need some extra stuff. We'll look at that on Thursday. What scenario requires a hash with common collisions? Have you ever heard of a hash map? Like actually the most fundamental use case of hashing? Hash maps expect collisions. That's the entire point. Right? Could you imagine how non-performant a hash map without collisions would be? Ugh, gross. We do see TeejDev going at night, which is rare for him. I find that interesting. So we rated Prime yesterday, who rated Teej. Teej just started up, so this seems like a perfect time to rate him. Let's do that. Teej TV. He's doing some Elixir 2, I think. Building an anti-social network. Oh, easy. I just won't use it. That's as anti-social as we can get, right? So, we're going to go raid TeejDev. Oh, hold on. Did I type that in his channel? I tried to type that in his channel. Yeah, I think. There we go. That's the right channel to type it in. All right, so we're going to go say hi to Tej. He's doing his thing. He's only 13 minutes in. He's going to be at like 200 people real quick. Wow, he's even got Dax Rad over there in his chat. He's big time. Big time. So yeah, let's go say hi to Tej. I'll be over on Gaming Stream doing some video editing while we watch some TV. Right? Movie, TV, something. And yeah, let's go hang out and see what they're up to. So I'm going to click that button. Before I do that, I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you all on YouTube for watching and lurking. You're the best. Appreciate you. Just the best. And then, yeah, Twitter. Less of the best, but we still had some watches over there, so that's cool. Whole lot cooler if we did. I'm going to end the stream on YouTube. I'm going to end the stream on Twitter.